of ourselves, starting from the near left all the way to the far right, so that we all know each other as we are going to be engaging each other for the next 2 days. I would like to start with you, sir, and then we can have introductions all the way to the far end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable members, my name is Dr. Moses Magadza. I'm the Media and Communications Manager at the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Morning, colleagues. My name is Unaro Mugenje, Finance and Protocol Officer, SADC PF. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Paulina Kangwashivi. I'm the Assistant Procedural Officer and Coordinator at the SADC PF. Thanks.
Good morning, honorable members, colleagues. My name is Maria Mombola. I'm a clerk at the Parliament of Namibia and also the SADC PF Desk Officer. Thank you.
A very good morning. I'm Clopas Kwakwara. I'm with Parliament of Zimbabwe. I'm an officer and also the SADC PF Desk Officer. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Ida Kombe, coming from Parliament of Tanzania, an officer and the desk officer of SADC.
Bonjour, chers collègues. Je me nomme Kaziteri Kokenda Foster. Je suis député national de la République démocratique du Congo et je suis un des représentants du Parlement congolais au Forum parlementaire de la SADC.
Good morning, honorable members, assistants. My name is Agnes Minganakafula, Member of Parliament from Namibia.
Honorable members, SADC Secretariat, good morning. My name is Leonard Marwanda, MP for Malawi National Assembly. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Dr. Fia Louvanirina Célestin. Je viens de Madagascar et je suis parlementaire, député. Merci.
Good morning, Honorable. I'm Kasim Hassan Haji, member of Tanzania Parliament.
Good morning to you all. My name is Lynette Karinyi, Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe and the Deputy Chair of the committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Senator Linda Ngumalo. I'm from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I'm a member of this committee.
Thank you very much, honorable members, and welcome to the committee meeting. At this juncture, I would like to invite the committee secretary. Oh, first of all, introducing myself. My name is Mope Khati. I'm a member of parliament in Lesotho and a newly elected chair of this committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Good
so
morning.
much.
My name is Boemo Sokom. I'm the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Kindly note we have participants online. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. My name is Joseph Manzi. I am the Director of Parliamentary Business and Programs. But for this meeting, I am sitting as the committee secretary. Thank you so much.
We can't hear Mr. Joseph. We can't hear. I see Seychelles is also online. Can we kindly allow honorable members online to also introduce themselves? And we can't hear you at all. Thank you.
Thank you, SG. Are you able to hear me now?
The volume is very low. Maybe the tech could assist.
Hello, hello.
Now I can hear you.
Okay. Once again, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, my name is Joseph Manzi. I am the Director of the Parliamentary Business and Programs in the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I'm here for this meeting as the committee secretary. I thank you so much. Then you. At this point, I also get introductions for members who are joining us from online. I've been informed we have members from Angola, we have members from Seychelles joining us online, and other member states. Could we have your introductions, please? Member of Seychelles?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Honorable Kelly Saminare and a member of the HDSB committee. It's a pleasure to be with you today.
Thank you very much. Can you have a member from Angola?
You are muted, Honorable. Okay, go ahead.
Honorable member from Angola, we can't seem to hear you. Could you please unmute your mic? As we are waiting for the member to deal with the technical issues, can we have a member from Zambia introduce themselves?
Good morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members, and morning, everyone. My name is Pamela Nyakawaranda. I'm the M&E consultant for SADC PL. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other members online who haven't introduced themselves? Member from Angola?
Colleagues, kindly introduce yourselves.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Rachel Mundilo, and I'm the committee secretary for the Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Climate Action.
Rachel, you're muted.
I'm
The
not.
volume is very low.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Maybe.
Okay. My name is Rachel Mundilo, and I'm the committee secretary for the Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Climate Action Committee at the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Was I audible?
Repeat.
Good morning. Is that better? Maybe if I move closer?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Rachel Mundilo, and I am the committee secretary for the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Climate Action at the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Over.
Thank you.
Good morning to you all. My name is Samuel Bokosi. I'm the internal auditor at the SADC Parliamentary Forum and also the SRHR, HIV and AIDS and Governance project. Thank you.
Masenati and the others, can they? Chair, you may proceed. I'm not sure what's happening with the other colleagues. Pamela, they're online, but they are not introducing themselves. Lorenda Kauve.
Morning, Madam SG. I've introduced myself, but I don't mind doing it again. Morning, Chair, and morning, honorable members. My name is Pamela Nyakawaranda. I'm the SRHR M&E consultant. Thank you.
Any other members who are available to introduce themselves?
Nene.
Thank you, Madam SG, Honorable Chair. Good morning.
We cannot
I'm
hear
the
you.
Program Manager for Democracy, Governance and Human Rights.
Chair, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. Honorable members, at this point, I would like to invite the Committee Secretary, Mr. Joseph Manzi, to present the credentials of the delegates and to confirm that we have the quorum for the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I hope I'm audible enough. And the honorable members, so far we have confirmation of attendance as follows. Those who are physically present in this room are Honorable Linda Sumaro from Lesotho. We have Honorable Martin, the chairperson from Lesotho. Honorable Clestine from Madagascar. Honorable Leonard Mwanga is sitting in as a proxy for Honorable Wu from Malawi. We also have Honorable Agnes Kafula from Namibia. Honorable Kasim Haji from Tanzania. Honorable Linet Karini from Zimbabwe, who is the vice chairperson. Those who have confirmed attendance and have joined online is Honorable Daniel from Angola. Honorable from Cyprus. Honorable from Zambia. The one who is from DRC. In total, we have 11 members who have confirmed attendance and they are attending the meeting. I thank you very Honorable Chair that the confirmation of the quorum for the meeting to proceed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. At this point, we are going to adopt the agenda. But before that, I would like to give a few remarks that, honorable members, let's make it a habit for us to read the documents that are shared with us beforehand. The minutes of the meeting, the last meeting, have been shared with us a few days back. The agenda and the concept note of the meeting have been shared with us some days back. This is quite important because it allows us to have a very productive deliberations and participation during the meetings. So if we get ourselves prepared beforehand, then it helps us to be able to cruise through the meeting smoothly. So at this point in time, given that the agenda has been shared with us, I would like for us to be able to adopt the agenda. I would like to ask one member who moves for the adoption of the agenda, unless there are any recommendations of edits to the agenda. Honorable member from Namibia.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Agnes Mingana Kafula from Namibia. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Do we have a member seconding that? Honorable member from Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much. I'm Lynette Karini. I move for I'm seconding the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The agenda is duly adopted. At this point in time, we would also like to adopt the meeting minutes from our last meeting. As we remember, the committee did have a meeting between the 20th and 20th May 2024 on the theme of advancing the African Union Agenda 2040 for children, strengthening the parliamentary engagement for children-centered legislation and policies. We have those minutes shared with us. We also would like to go through the minutes and be able to adopt to make sure that they are the accurate record of that particular meeting. Honorable members, as we can see on page 1, that is the list of all the participants that were at attendance for the meeting. Are there any comments, any corrections that you would like to make? Are there any members who might have been in the meeting who have not been captured in the minutes? We hope honorable members online, you can still follow us. If we don't have any corrections on the participants, can we move on to the next page? Please be aware that the different documents with different languages may not have the same pages. So do be mindful of that. But at the moment, we are on the section of the welcome remarks from the chair. Do we have any recommendation for edits on that section? Doesn't seem so. Can we move on to the other section? Honorable members, we are on the section of matters arising, as well as the SADC PF transformation video that was shared with us during the last meeting. Do we have any deliberations on that? If not, we move on to the next pages where we had presentation from experts. We don't seem to have any inputs on that as well. We had another presentation on understanding key children's rights issues in the SADC region. Do we have any comments on that?
Yeah. So if we are doing it by year and we don't have
No.
payment guarantees or things like that in place, it
The
would
next
be
presentation is on the regional mechanism for the protection and promotion of children's rights. That was presented by Center for Human Rights. Do we have any suggestion for edits? Doesn't seem so. Thank you. We move on to the next presentation. The next presentation was on eradication of female genital mutilation in the SADC region through through CSO lengths, equality now. Do we have any suggestion for edits? Thank you. Move on to the next presentation. The next one was on taking stock on the adoption and implementation of SADC model laws on eradicating child marriages and protection of those already in marriages. This was a presentation by Equality Now. Do we have any recommended edits on that? It doesn't seem like it. We move on to the next. The next presentation was on change and the rights of children by Dr. Elvis Fokala, Center of Human Rights. Do we have any corrections on that section? Thank you very much. That means there are no changes. We move on to the other presentation that was on the role of Parliament in the protection and promotion of rights of children. This was from Center for Human Rights as well. Any queries, any comments? Thank you very much, honorable members. That doesn't seem to be. We then had the election of the chairperson and the vice chairperson of the committee. Do we have any comments on that section? Doesn't seem so. Then we have the closing remarks from the outgoing chairperson of the committee from Seychelles, which later after we had closing remarks from the incoming chairperson, which is myself. And that was the end of our meeting in the last session. This being said, I believe there are no changes to be made on the minutes. For that matter, the minutes are duly. Okay. We do have a comment from Mr. Joseph. Oh, my apologies. Can we have a member who calls for the adoption of the minutes? And the seconder, please. Honorable member from Eswatini.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to move for adoption of the minutes.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Can we have a member that seconds the motion?
I'm
Honorable
from
member from
Angola. I
Zimbabwe.
second the
Thank you.
motion.
I second.
Oh, okay. I think we have somebody speaking online.
Good
Angola?
morning. I'm from
Good morning.
Angola. I second the motion.
Thank you very much, honorable member from Angola. With all this said, the minutes of the last meeting are duly adopted. Honorable members, are there any matters arising from the minutes that we just adopted? We shall consider the any matters arising at this point.
Chair?
Madam SG?
Yeah, if I may kindly request that we take item by item and allow the secretary to bring an update to these matters, so that if there are any additions in terms of matters arising, we may systematically deal with them.
That is noted, Madam SG. Can we go through the section of the minutes and then see if there is any matters arising for each and every section? Thank you.
Indeed, Chair. For 6.0, I don't know why there are echoes, or is it just me? It's on my end, maybe. Okay, now it's better. For 6.0, Honorable Chair, may I kindly invite Ms. Rachel Mondilo to give an update on the SADC Parliamentary Forum transformation. You'll recall, Chair, that 9 out of 16 at the time the meeting set had already signed to support the amending of the treaty, SADC treaty. However, we have an update who Mrs. Rachel Mondilo will give. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. Let us all afford the member chosen to give us an update. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam SG. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. At the SADC summit, the following update was shared that 12 member states have since signed the agreement amending the SADC treaty to recognize the SADC Parliament as one of the SADC institutions, and those countries include Angola, DRC, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. So this means that 3/4 of the member states that are required to sign the agreement for it to enter into force have since signed it, and the requisite number of signatures has been attained. And the agreement therefore entered into force on the 11th of July. The draft protocol has since been shared with the member states on the 18th of August, and they are requested to, within 6 months, interrogate the draft protocol in order to and share comments. And share comments on the draft protocol within that 6 months period from the 18th of August. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If there are any interventions from members at this point, as part of matters arising, then we move to the next item, 7.0.
Any comments from the floor? Honorable members? On the SADC transition update? That doesn't seem to be any. Can we move on matters arising on 7.0?
Indeed, Chair, I would like to start by calling on Mr. Shannon Kurasha to give an update on 7.0. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam SG, for the opportunity. Regarding the issue of children's rights, SADC Parliamentary Forum is informally engaged with a network of organizations that are dealing with children's rights, with a view to formalizing collaboration with these organizations. They met with the Secretary General at the Secretariat, and we have identified key activities of mutual interest that we are pursuing. Chief among this is the idea of a children's parliament, which is already running under the organization of the network of these organizations. The second and most important aspect also relates to the ongoing lobbying for the development of a protocol, SADC protocol on children, and momentum has been realized in this regard. On the sidelines of the SADC summit in August, we had a meeting, follow-up meeting with these organizations where the focus was to continue with the lobbying for support from member states, and the minister, relevant minister from Zimbabwe as the incoming chair at the time, attended the meeting, and there is commitment to pursue the issue of the children, protocol on children. And it's a matter that we will continue to give update on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shona. Chair, you may recall that during the meeting, members were also requested to join a link so that they can be part of a movement for protecting children's rights. Maybe during this meeting, it's something that we may look into and look at members who have not joined and assist them to do so.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. Honorable members, do you have any comments? There is a suggestion that there is a link available for members to be able to join the platform on protecting children's rights, also protecting issues around human trafficking. Would we kindly have all the members join the link? If maybe the link is now far behind in our messages, I would speak with the members to be able to share that with us, and we can be able to join the platform. Moving on to the next item, do we have any matters arising on 7.1? Or this was actually part of the deliberations that were given. On 7.2, do we have any matters arising, Ms. G?
It's similar to what has been discussed, but there was a combination here. Maybe
okay.
when we move to 7.4,
7.4.
I'll start with Mr. Shone Kurasha to give an update there on this presentation in terms of our engagement further in Zambia to operationalize this objective. Then also to speak to 7.5 later on. But for now, let me just say, you'll recall, Honorable Chair, that Equality Now through the presentation that was given by Ms. Selin Ngube, had indicated that they made recommendations to members and that there is need for us to really bring parliaments to the fold to ensure that the issue of eradicating child marriages, dealing with FGM, and many other issues that were raised is kept on the agenda of the SADC parliaments. So we have since entered into an MOU as SADC PF with Equality Now, and we have identified a few focus areas that we would like to do. It's just that I can't share because the minutes are there. However, the areas are such that we are going to be developing policy briefs with Equality Now on the SADC model law on ending child marriages to really look at legislative gaps that are there as a result of eradicating child marriages. And we're also looking at how best we can assist in the domestication of the SADC model law. As part of doing the domestication trail, we also want to look at what are the real challenges in implementing and domesticating the model law on ending child marriages. So the SADC PF has agreed to those areas, and these are in the these are in the MOU. We've also agreed with Equality Now that they will be also support SADC PF and be part of a meeting that took place on the 20th to 21st of August in 2024 in Zambia. This is something that colleagues who are also part of it can speak to it. And this is really part of a multi-sectoral approach to dealing with this matter. And internally at the SADC PF, it is also multi-pronged, meaning various committees will take what they can in order to be useful at the point of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. Going forward with Equality Now under this MOU, we are also going to be looking at the model on GBV because we need to also look through the lens through a treaty approach, given that the convention on eradicating all forms of violence and discrimination is also part of the norms of how we are looking at the issue of eradicating child marriages. We are also discussing how we are going to engage all women at the SADC Parliamentary Forum through the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus and also engaging the Gay White Committee. So we are anticipating that we'll have a joint session of HSDP, RWPC, and the Gay White Committee, where there'll be a capacity development session where the policy briefs that have been identified can be included in looking at the both model laws of eradicating child marriages and also the one for GBV. We also have Equality Now coming to the researchers training, which will take place 30th of September to the 1st of October in Johannesburg, where they're going to be serving as facilitators. So these are some of the agreed areas that have been there, but also they are looking at funding that will facilitate this particular committee from 2025, where the HSDP committee and the researchers can be invited to a conference where we can showcase some of the work that we're doing, where we can report through parliamentary lens, what is it that has been done by parliaments on FGM, if at all, as a precursor to looking at issues of child marriages, and also looking at how we can organize and prepare for children to grow in a society which protects them at all times. So these are the areas of engagement. The MOU chair is in custody of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. The activities, as I'm recalling them out, will be reflected in the minutes and be followed up for action accordingly. At this rate, I hope, Mr. Shonene, if there's anything to add for those two particular 7.4 and 7.5.
Yes, Madam SG, thank you very much. What I could add is really a bit of detail for the benefit of the
I can't
honorable
hear you,
member.
Shonene. I don't know if it's just me.
Colleagues, can I be heard? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Madam SG was struggling to hear
Maybe
me.
it's just me. Proceed if the meeting can
Okay.
hear you. I'm on 100 and I don't know what's going on.
I can't hear
sorry.
either.
Oh, I can't hear. Yeah.
ICT, are you able to assist? Mr. Manza, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I think from the meeting here in Johannesburg, you are a very audible man. We are able to
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
hear you properly.
You may
Thank you very
proceed.
much. Maybe I may proceed in the interest of time. So as indicated by Madam SG, the domestication process, we have taken a multi-stakeholder approach. And in this regard, we had a regional convening in Lusaka, where we brought in civil society organizations, UN agencies, and ourselves.
He's not on
The civil society organizations that we jointly convened the meeting with were Girls Not Brides, the Global Partnership to End Child Marriage, and Plan International, UNICEF, East and Southern Africa, and the UNFPA through the Zambia office, and HIVOS. And one of the interesting outcomes from the meeting, when we were tracking progress with regards to domestication, it emerged that the pace of domestication for member states would fall into broadly 3 categories. And I want to quickly run it through for the benefit of honorable members. And in so doing, help you to see where you stand in terms of your countries and the amount of work that you need to do as the representative of SADC PF when you go back home. So the one of the key provisions of the model law relates to sorry, the age of majority. I mean the 18 as the legal age of marriage. And when we look at the SADC region, 7 of the 16 member states, that is the DRC, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Seychelles, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, have set the minimum age of marriage at 18 for both boys and girls, with no exceptions. Then we have a second category of countries, 5 of them, namely Angola, Botswana, Comoros, Madagascar, and Namibia, have set minimum age at 18, but with exceptions. Botswana, for instance, specifically excludes customary and religious marriages from this protection, while the other 4 allow a court or other designated government officials to consent to marriage involving children younger than 18. Then the last category is 4 members, Eswatini, Lesotho, South Africa, and Tanzania. These provide for a minimum age range of between 15 and 18. In these countries, the minimum age of marriage differs for boys and girls, with boys invariably having a higher age limit. In addition, these countries allow judicial parental consent to lower the age of marriage. And in some cases, such as in Eswatini and Lesotho, there are further customary exceptions to the law. So these are some of the issues that were spotlighted during the meeting. There is a statement that was adopted at the end of the meeting, which includes a commitment by the parliamentarians that attended, that were drawn from the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, to take further action in regard to this matter. And we will circulate that to the honorable members for the information as you seek to further engage and find opportunities for domestication within the national space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuresha and Madam SG. Do you have any other members possibly online who want to deliberate on any of the issues? Otherwise, we move on to the next section. Any comments from members in house? Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to section 7.6, Do we have any matters arising on this topic?
Indeed, Chair, this matter was also kindly covered by Mr. Kurasha when he referred to the model law. Another issue that I wanted to highlight there is the issue of us linking children to the issue of climate. I think it's a matter that we really need to take into account as this committee. The intersection of children and climate action is quite important, resulting in us really focusing on the issue of justice at the end of the day. So we will continue to bring in more partners. The issue of children's rights, I believe, Chair, if this committee can make sure that we keep it on the agenda of this committee. Secondly, this committee is also looking during this session at the issue of budget efficiency. Can we make sure that as we want to uphold children's rights, the committee makes a deliberate effort to at least report on how much money is being budgeted for children in their own countries? Secondly, how many laws are actually being made by yourselves in your countries in order to ensure that parliamentarians through legislation actually act as the voice of the children, ensuring the needs and rights of these children are adequately represented in parliamentary discussions. So 3 areas, Chair, that we are requesting. One, if this committee can report at their next session, what is it that they're doing to budget for children? Secondly, what is being done to ensure that the needs and rights of children are protected? And therefore, if we do this, Chair, it will remain a standing agenda, and the engagement with stakeholders that we've signed MOUs with will not be in vain. I thank you, Chair, and I hope that this committee is rightly placed to work with others, as indicated, RWPC, Gayward, and many others, DGGHR on the issue of rights, to make sure that when you report at committee level, those statistics can be then transferred for accountability to the committee or the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, which Chair you are a part of. And I believe that this is a way of us to look at whether the conventions, CRC, among others, really align in ensuring that we harmonize and actually respond to the model laws that we have adopted as a SADC Parliamentary Forum, among others. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam SG, for that deliberation. Do we have any reactions from the honorable members? Okay, if that's the case, let's move on to the next section. 7.7. Do we have any updates on the section 7.7? This is on the role of parliament in protection and promotion of rights of children.
I have covered it, Chair, by
Okay. Let's move on to section 8.0. This was just the elections of the new chair and remarks from the outgoing and incoming chair, which definitely does not have any matters arising. Honorable members, there has been a little oversight from the chair. I had to have delivered my welcome speech earlier before we proceeded to where we are. If at all you do allow me, I would like to do that before our break session. Is that okay, honorable members? Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the committee, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor to welcome you all to this meeting. I wish to sincerely thank you all for attendance despite your busy schedules as MPs in your respective parliaments. I'm aware that a lot is going on at the moment, with at least 3 SADC parliaments going into elections in the next 3 months. Your esteemed participation is thus highly valued as we work to make progress on the human and social development landscape of the SADC region. As you have many observed from the program, the meeting has been planned for 2 days. This is the statutory meeting, which is being held ahead of the 56th Plenary Assembly session that will be hosted by the Parliament of the Republic of Zambia on the 8th to 15th December 2024. Therefore, this meeting is of utmost relevance as several issues identified and deliberated upon will be surfaced through our report to be presented on the 56th Plenary Assembly. The deliberation during this meeting will be centered on the theme, the role of Parliament in raising, allocating, and spending resources necessary for public health and SRHR financing. Honorable members, this meeting will allow us to navigate through our agenda items as usual, with the thematic focus of the meeting being the topic of health financing and investment, which must be sustainably made for member states to honor their SRHR commitments. We welcome the consideration of this topic, which is vital for the region, which is still affected by HIV and AIDS, TB, malaria, COVID-19, as well as new threats such as monkeypox. Investment in health systems is fundamental to preserve quality in healthcare delivery and ensure that health services are accessible, available, and affordable to all, leaving no man, no woman, or no child behind. I wish to share a reflection with you. You will note that governments around the world are quick to borrow, to build roads, purchase airplanes, construct train terminals, and whatnot. But money is seldom borrowed to invest in public health. This is not to say that governments must borrow for health financing, but it simply demonstrates the mindset and priority of those in power. Funds for hospitals and equipment usually come out from public funds when public funds are not used for other purposes which may look more attractive or ostentatious. Yet everywhere we go across the SADC region, there are enduring gaps in public health systems. Tumble down infrastructure, equipment that are not regularly calibrated, lack of staff are common issues that SADC citizens face on a daily basis. The number of hospital beds in public hospital are below the European average, and there is a general lack of nurses, medical practitioners, and other healthcare professionals. Needless to say that we are quite far from implementing Sustainable Development Goal number 3 on healthcare and achieving universal health coverage. I wish to emphasize that if health systems do not work, then we all fail as the nations. The poor will not vanquish poverty. People with middle class income streams will continue empowering themselves to spend on private health care, while the few wealthy will travel overseas outside of SADC to reputable health destinations such as India and the United States. In other words, we all stand to lose if we do not convince the executives to continue investing in health financing and allocating necessary resources. As Parliament, we must accentuate our oversight role and press where needed so that we finally make a difference and uplift the SADC region away from the existing health-related pitfalls which continue to prevail. This meeting is thus the right occasion for us to hear from the experts of the Clinton Health Access Initiative who will be joining us tomorrow, and to make an impactful resolution for recommendations on the 56th Plenary Assembly of the Forum. I seize this opportunity to welcome Clinton Health Access Initiative, who should have joined us today, but apparently they are not yet with us, but we are expecting to have them tomorrow. I'm confident that by asking ourselves the right questions, we will find answers which matter to elevate health financing to the next level for the benefit of the region. Once again, I wish to sincerely thank you, honorable members, for coming to attend this important meeting, and I look forward to the fruitful discussions. With these few remarks, it is now my singular honor to declare the meeting opened, as we have already started working, and I apologize for having had the oversight of this agenda item. I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you very much. I would like to take comments from you whether we should continue with the next agenda item, and then we can have our tea break a bit later. Or do you suggest we go for the tea break and then come back for the next session, which is going to be more of an interactive session where we are going to be answering specific questions that will give us an opportunity to hear how the member states are addressing the health financing situations. And then we are going to have this in groups. My suggestion would be, given that it's a discussion that might take quite some time, would rather go for an early break. And then when we come back, we come focus on the group discussion. What is the opinion from the rest of the members? Honorable member from Eswatini?
Thank you, Chair. We support your recommendation, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members online, we are considering taking a short break. That will take about Honorable member? Honorable member from Malawi?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. I thought because we just had our breakfast, why can't we continue and break some other time? Because it will be just too close from the breakfast to the break now. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable, there is a different suggestion that perhaps we continue and then go for a tea break a bit later on. What do we say? What is our final take on this, honorable members? Honorable member from Namibia and then honorable member from Zimbabwe.
Yes, I second the proposal of continuing and break later.
Honorable member from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Chair. I thought because we are going to have a long discussion, it was going to be better for us to give a break, then we'll continue until lunchtime, rather than us having a break which is going to be closer to lunch.
Just to give a bit of what is going to happen in the next session, perhaps that will help members to appreciate if there is a need to have a break in between. So what is going to happen in the next session is where we are going to do a brainstorming session where we are going to break into two different groups, different countries into different groups. And there are 3 questions that we saw in our concept note that we are going to have to discuss in our breakout sessions. And what is going to happen is members are going to discuss these questions within the groups. And after that, we are reconvening as a team again. And each member from each country is then going to give an update of what is happening as far as the questions are concerned in their particular member state. So it means we are going to end up having everybody give an update after the group sessions. So that could possibly take quite some time. So I want us to appreciate the amount of work and energy that may be needed for that session so that we really make a clear decision of whether do we want to get some air or do you want to cruise in? And then when we finish with that group session, then we go for break. Is there any change of opinion, honorable members? Or we had a member from DRC who had a comment. Thank you, honorable member.
Oui, merci beaucoup pour la parole. Moi, je propose que nous puissions rester dans le programme. S'il est temps qu'on puisse prendre une pause, qu'on la prenne.
Interpretation, please. Interpretation.
Alors, merci beaucoup, monsieur le président. Moi, je propose que nous puissions rester dans le programme. Si on a prévu que nous prenions le rapport qu'on la prenne, et ce n'est pas un monde qui a pris son besoin. Je prends mon cas. Moi, je suis arrivé ce matin. Je suis arrivé à 7h, donc je suis allé, je me suis lavé directement, je suis venu ici. Donc c'est mieux de rester dans le programme, sinon ce sera un peu compliqué. Et là, je vous soutiens aussi quand vous dites qu'il y aura quand même une discussion qui sera chaude. Et ça, il faudrait que nous puissions nous mettre un peu pour bien entamer ces discussions-là. Merci.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I got your input. For that matter, I'm going to request you, Honorable Members, that we have a 30 minutes break just to freshen up or either to have tea or something to fill up. But otherwise, it's for the purpose of just having our minds prepare for the next session. Thank you very much. We'll reconvene again at 10:30. Thank you very much, honorable members. See you then.
Mr. Manzi, you're on tea break, isn't it?
Yes, SG, the committee has decided that we proceed on tea break until 10:30.
Okay,
We are
since then, I don't
convening
know
at
why we
10:30.
can't hear sometimes, yes. Okay,
Yeah, until 10:30, that's when they are convening.
okay, but it's going well, thank you.
Thank you so much, SG.
Mhm.
Pause. Can you still hear me, yeah? Do you still hear me on this one? You still get me? Well, I've just changed to an auxiliary input just to give you more if it's too low. It's too low. One, two, one, two. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. It's better now? Okay.
Honorable members, am I audible? Okay. Honorable members, welcome back the meeting after the tea break. We will now proceed to the next item on the program. And as I explained before our breakout for tea break, we are now going to go on a reflections and brainstorming session where we will be discussing the 3 questions that I spoke about. The questions are as follows. The first question that we are going to be answering in our breakout sessions is, what are the main ways in which resources for public health are mobilized at country level? And what is the approximate ratio of donor to government funding? That is the first question that we are going to be discussing in our groups. And each member will be giving the perspective of their own country experience. We are going to have 2 groups, and we'll try to facilitate for each of the groups to have the copy of this meeting, of these questions. Even if it will be a written copy, that is fine. But we do have these questions actually in the concept notes for your reference. The second question will be, where is the bulk of the allocation on health directed to, and is that sufficient? That is the second question. The last question is Parliament sufficiently capacitated to identify the gaps in health financing and to exercise oversight on public authorities in view of those gaps? These are 3 questions that we are going to be discussing in our 2 breakout groups. And I'm going to be announcing how the groups are made up how the groups are made up. And this has accommodated the issue that the fact that we have members who are joining us from online. We also have members who rely on interpretation to speak with other members. So the group of all members that will need tech support, we have combined them to become in one group, and that is group 1. And they will remain in this same room. So I'm going to name the countries. We have Angola, who are joining us from online. We have DRC, who is joining us physically, but will need the interpretation. So you will remain in this room as part of group 1. We will have Seychelles, who are joining us from online. We have Zambia, who are joining us from online. We have Madagascar, who will remain here as much as they are joining us physically for the benefit of using the technology for the interpretation. And that is group 1. I would like to repeat the members of group 1 again, honorable members. We have Angola, we have DRC, we have Seychelles, we have Zambia, we have Madagascar. They will remain in this room. Then we have group 2, which generally these are members that will be able to have discussions in English and do not necessarily need tech support. So they will be moving out. That here will be showing them a space that they'll be using for discussion outside. These are the following countries: Namibia, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, and Tanzania. So we'll be moving out to a space that will be allocated for us to go continue to have the discussion. So the expected time to spend on our group sessions is 75 minutes. That is 25 minutes for each question. So if you look at the constitution of our committees, our groups, actually, we have 5 to 6 members per group. So it means each member will have 5 minutes in the group to submit on a particular question. That is why it's going to be 25 minutes per question. So we have 3 of those questions, making it 75 minutes overall. So if we move out now at 10:36, or let's say 10:40, yeah, if we move out here at 10:40, we are going to be expecting to come back at, so that will be 10:40 to 6, then 40 minutes, 11:50. 11:55, we are expected to be back in the room to reconvene and have an open discussion as the whole committee. Does that make sense, honorable members? Honorable members online, have we gotten the message? We have 2 groups. Honorable members who are online will be combining with 2 other members who are physically in the room. So you will be connecting via the Zoom link. They will have the access to the computer to speak with you. We do have 3 questions that are going to be discussed during the breakout session that we have in our concept note. I have read through those 3 questions, and you have 75 minutes to discuss all the 3 questions, meaning 1 question will be discussed for 25 minutes. Members will be giving perspective of their own country situation on each of those 3 questions. Then when we come back, each member is going to be presenting to the entire group how they respond to the 3 questions based on their country experience. That is it basically, honorable members. So the group 2 that is going out, kindly follow the honorable member here to show you the space that you'll be using outside. The rest of the group can convene maybe closer to the computer to be able to connect with members online. Thank you, honorable members. Let us reconvene again back here at 11:55. Thank you very much.
The officer that is going to take the group 2 members is Mr. Unaro. He is standing at the door. So all members belonging to group 2, please follow Mr. Unaro. Honorable members in group 1, are we able to look at the questions? Honorable members in group 1. Those in the room, do you have the questions here? The 3 questions in the concept note. Because when you reconvene here, each one of you is going to give the country situation under each question. So if you need any assistance on the questions, let me know. Members online, Angola, Seychelles, Zambia, are you there?
Estamos sim, Angola está. Good.
Yeah, so please go through the questions, the 3 questions on your own. When the committee convenes at 11:55, you will be required to provide the country situation on those 3 questions.
Yes.
Honorable members. Sorry. Welcome back from our breakout sessions. At this point in time, we are going to then have deliberations from members from each country responding to the 3 questions that we were discussing in our breakout sessions. I just have a question to put before you to inform how we are going to proceed for this session. We have 3 questions that each member would eventually have to answer. We have an option of going question by question, where we have the first question and have all the different members from different countries respond to that particular question. The second option is to read out the 3 questions, and when a member responds, they respond to all the 3 questions in one opportunity to speak. Which one do you believe would be less stressful to the members, at the same time good use of time? Would you want us to go one question by one question, or allow a member to respond to the 3 questions by the time we give them a platform? Honorable members online, I hope you are with us. There is a question for you for consideration in terms of how we proceed going forward. Would you suggest we answer question by question, or we allow members to actually answer all the 3 questions at the go when they are being given a platform? Looking forward to hearing from you, honorable members, your suggestions. Honorable member from Namibia.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I would like to suggest that perhaps we should just cater for all the questions at once, rather than coming back again. And then at least when we cater for all the questions, that specific country is covered in all the questions.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Let's have honorable member from Madagascar. What's your opinion? And then we move on to honorable member from DRC, and the next will be member from Zimbabwe. I will also try to look if we have any members from online who would like to have their opinion. Honorable member from Madagascar.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir donné la parole. Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir donné la parole. Pour moi, ma suggestion, c'est vaut mieux qu'on va présenter pays par pays les 3 questions et après on va faire le débat. Merci.
Thank you, honorable member from Madagascar. We had another opinion from the honorable member from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I strongly support the view because it will also keep us focused and also will save time because it will be 3 in 1.
Do you have any members who are joining us online who may have a different opinion on this? Otherwise, this seems to be the popular opinion among the members, that we open up a platform for a member, and the member will respond to the 3 questions all at once, and then we move to the other member. This seems to be a commonly shared opinion amongst the members. If we don't have anybody from online who has a different opinion, I'm going to kick off our discussion, and I will start with the honorable member from DRC, and then we will be moving towards the far right. And then we will have members from online to also deliberate. Thank you. Honorable member from DRC.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je commencerai d'abord par m'excuser à cause de ma voix. Elle est cassée. La raison est simple. Comme je vous ai dit tantôt, on n'a pas dormi. Moi et ma délégation, nous sommes arrivés ce matin. On a pris juste une fois et on a assisté à la réunion. Donc, c'est ce qui fait que ma voix soit assez qu'elle est, quoi. Donc, vous allez m'excuser pour ça. Alors, merci pour le privilège que vous accordez à moi, à ma délégation, d'ouvrir le bal, quoi. Les hostilités. La première question, si je peux avoir la première question est comme si, je peux avoir l'ordinateur.
Reading the questions. Also projected, please.
En français, si possible, sinon je prends. Quelques secondes. Vous avez ça? Vous avez trouvé? Voilà. J'y suis. La première question dit, quelles sont les principales méthodes de mobilisation des ressources pour la santé publique au niveau national et quel est le rapport approximatif, ratio approximatif entre le financement des bailleurs de fonds et celui du gouvernement? Nous avons répondu à cette question en deux volets. Le premier volet, c'est celui qui consiste à savoir les principales méthodes. Et nous, au niveau national congolais, nous avons trouvé 3 méthodes. Il y a le budget de l'État qui finance les secteurs de la santé. Il y a aussi l'intervention des bailleurs de fonds. Et enfin, nous avons les ménages. Donc, il y a le budget de l'État qui intervient dans les secteurs de la santé en termes de financement. Il y a le bailleur de fonds et puis il y a les ménages. Mais maintenant, en termes de ratio, ça c'est le deuxième volet. Le budget de l'État, c'est 17%, approximativement 17%. Le partenaire extérieur, ça peut être 40%. Bon, nous nous sommes permis d'ajouter aussi le ménage, étant donné que nous avons trouvé que la source, elle est tripartite. Il fallait donner aussi le pourcentage pour les ménages. Et les ménages, ça fait 43% approximatif. Donc, nous avons 43% pour les ménages, 40% pour les partenaires extérieurs, et nous avons à peu près 17% pour l'État ou le budget de l'État, le gouvernement. Deuxième question. Où va la majeure partie des crédits affectés à la santé? Est-ce suffisant? Les crédits affectés à la santé dans notre pays vont spécialement à ceci. Premièrement, nous avons les deux programmes
qui ont été initiés par les chefs de l'État. Nous avons la couverture santé universelle, qui est un programme qui consiste à donner à tous les Congolais les soins de santé de qualité, mais de façon gratuite. Nous avons le deuxième programme qui a vu le jour il n'y a pas très longtemps, je crois qu'il y a une année. C'est le programme de la gratuité de la maternité. C'est-à-dire que les femmes enceintes qui arrivent à terme vont à la maternité pour accoucher sans donner un sou. Donc, c'est gratuit et c'est progressif. On a commencé dans les grandes villes, la ville de Kinshasa, je crois la ville de Lubumbashi, et ça va s'étendre dans tous les pays. Dans les deux programmes-là, absorbent une bonne partie des crédits alloués au ministère de la santé, au secteur de la santé. À ces deux programmes, on peut ajouter l'éradication des épidémies. Et vous êtes sans ignorer que la plupart des épidémies qui déciment le monde, elles commencent souvent dans notre pays. Il y a eu Ebola. Heureusement que pour le Covid-19, ça n'a pas commencé en RDC, ça a commencé ailleurs. Et actuellement, on parle de l'épidémie de Mpox, la variole du singe. Et on semble dire que le noyau, c'est en République démocratique du Congo. Donc, vous voyez, toutes ces épidémies-là auxquelles le pays fait face nécessitent beaucoup d'argent. Donc, une bonne partie d'argent réservé ou consacré à la santé vont à ces deux programmes-là que nous avons cités, et à cela, on ajoute les épidémies. Donc, la dernière en date, c'est le monkeypox. Alors, je prends la dernière question. Le Parlement dispose-t-il des capacités suffisantes pour identifier les lacunes dans le financement de la santé et pour exercer un contrôle sur le pouvoir public en vue de les combler? Oui. Notre Parlement, dont je suis membre, dispose d'une panoplie de moyens pour identifier les lacunes dans le financement de la santé, et il arrive aussi à faire des propositions pour pouvoir améliorer ou combler ces lacunes-là. Et les moyens, mais les capacités sont les suivantes. Au sein de l'Assemblée nationale du Parlement, il y a une commission permanente socio-culturelle. Cette commission-là, elle a dans ses attributions les questions liées à la santé. Donc, au niveau de la commission socio-culturelle, si on constate des lacunes dans le financement du ministère de la Santé, on peut le dire, la commission peut agir. Et puis, nous avons une autre commission permanente, c'est la commission ECOFIN, économico-financière. Cette commission-là examine les questions liées aux finances, notamment l'examen approfondi de la loi, du projet de loi des finances. Alors, la commission, lorsqu'elle examine notamment le projet de loi des finances et qu'elle constate qu'il y a des lacunes, elle peut pouvoir corriger ces lacunes-là lors de l'examen du projet de loi des finances. À côté de ces deux commissions permanentes, on peut citer des questions. Il y a des questions orales et des questions écrites que le membre du Parlement peuvent adresser au gouvernement, notamment au ministre des Finances, au ministre de la Santé, voire au chef du gouvernement. Si un député constate qu'il y a quelque chose qui ne va pas dans le financement du secteur de la santé. On peut aussi citer un organe très important qui dépend de l'Assemblée nationale. Chez nous, c'est une juridiction qu'on appelle la Cour des comptes. La Cour des comptes, elle a notamment pour mission de faire le contrôle a posteriori de la gestion des finances publiques. Elle aussi, si elle constate des lacunes dans le financement ou au niveau de l'exécution des crédits alloués au secteur de la santé, elle peut aussi agir. Et enfin, on peut citer un autre instrument, bien un autre document dont le Parlement ou l'Assemblée nationale peut se servir pour détecter ces lacunes-là, ce qu'on appelle la loi de reddition des comptes. Là, ça va de pair avec, c'est le corollaire du travail que fait la commission permanente la commission permanente et économico-financière. La loi de reddition des comptes, c'est la loi que le Parlement vote avant l'adoption ou le vote de la loi des finances de l'année qui suit. Je donne un exemple. Là, on est en 2024. Le gouvernement venait de déposer à l'Assemblée nationale le projet de loi des finances de l'exercice 2025. Mais quand il a déposé ce projet de loi, il a aussi déposé le projet de loi de reddition des comptes de l'exercice budgétaire passé. Donc le gouvernement raconte de la façon dont il a exécuté les crédits qui ont été mis à sa disposition dans la loi des finances passées. Alors maintenant, avant d'examiner le projet de loi de finances de l'exercice prochain, le gouvernement doit d'abord l'Assemblée nationale doit vérifier si déjà les crédits qui ont été mis à la disposition du gouvernement lors de l'exercice budgétaire passé ont été bien utilisés. Et là, on peut constater, si on constate par exemple que les crédits qui ont été alloués au secteur de la santé n'ont pas été bien utilisés, il peut agir et puis faire des propositions pour que, lors de l'exercice budgétaire prochain, ces lacunes-là ne puissent pas se répéter. Pour terminer, Monsieur le Président, avec votre accord, je voulais juste insister sur le fait que dans notre pays, dans mon pays, les efforts sont en train d'être faits pour que les allocations dans les secteurs de la santé soient revues à la hausse. J'ai commencé par dire que l'État contribue à hauteur pratiquement de 17%. Là, il y a quelques années, je n'ai pas les statistiques comme ça, mais le projet du budget 2025 venait d'être déposé. C'est sûr que on va aller au-delà de ça et surtout qu'on veut réaliser à un niveau un peu plus élevé les différents programmes que j'ai cités tantôt, à savoir la couverture santé universelle et puis la gratuité de la maternité. J'ai dit et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, honorable member from DRC, for such a detailed intervention. Okay, I'm realizing that we have a hand raised by honorable member from Angola. I would like to know if you have an intervention on the contribution from the member of DRC, or you would like to provide the contribution for Angola.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Agradeço ao Sr. Presidente por me conceder a palavra. Gostaria de cumprimentar todos os honoráveis deputados, com especial relevo à nossa secretária-geral, e queria estender uma saudação especial ao presidente da nossa comissão, que dirige esta sessão. A minha intervenção é relativamente a responder às questões no contexto angolano. Queria, antes de mais, felicitar o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC por mais esta iniciativa e pela audácia em realizar esta importante abordagem sobre a saúde. Entendemos que esta iniciativa vai certamente contribuir para que os nossos parlamentos continuem a priorizar na sua agenda esta importante questão na vida de todos nós. Em Angola, os parlamentares têm estado a fazer a devida advocacia para que se aumente o orçamento destinado à saúde e que possa traduzir no aumento de infraestruturas de saúde, mais investimento na formação de profissionais, nas campanhas de prevenção e nos cuidados em relação aos determinantes sociais. Respondendo concretamente às questões que estão em discussão, eu gostaria de informar que as formas de mobilização de recursos, a principal é o Orçamento Geral do Estado. Temos também como forma de financiamento alguns parceiros e algumas famílias que usam os serviços das clínicas privadas. Mas vale referir aqui que a maior parte dos recursos são canalizados pelo Estado e concretamente para ações de prevenção, maiormente os cuidados primários de saúde. Obviamente que não são suficientes. Se me perguntar se são suficientes, não são suficientes. Por isso é que os parlamentares continuam a advogar pelo aumento do orçamento. Nós entendemos que o desafio deve ser este, o caminho é este, continuarmos a advogar pelo aumento dos recursos para fortalecer o Sistema Nacional de Saúde, que é universal, e assim ajudar a diminuir as taxas de mortalidade. Os parlamentares defendem a aposta na prevenção, no fortalecimento dos cuidados primários e na subvenção dos medicamentos para as doenças como a hipertensão, o cancro, o HIV-Sida, a tuberculose e a malária. Entendemos também que devemos continuar a engajar-nos na criação de legislação para proteger o desenvolvimento social e humano e para que se mantenha acesa a chama do progresso, da modernidade e do desenvolvimento da saúde nos nossos países. Gostaria de aproveitar esta ocasião para felicitar o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC pela implementação de um programa ligado à saúde e que o Parlamento de Angola aderiu, que tem o mérito de ajudar a elevar o conhecimento das famílias sobre a importância da saúde sexual e reprodutiva, incluindo o planeamento familiar, a saúde materna, o HIV, sensíveis ao gênero e que atendam aos padrões dos direitos humanos. Nós entendemos que o planeamento familiar é fundamental para a igualdade do gênero e empoderamento das mulheres e é fator-chave na redução da pobreza. Felicitamos o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC por este programa, que vai servir também para sensibilizar as comunidades para a erradicação da mutilação genital feminina, uma prática que lesa a saúde física e psicológica de várias mulheres e meninas no nosso continente. Fica aqui o nosso compromisso, enquanto parlamentares, de continuarmos a fiscalizar as ações em razão desta matéria, sempre em benefício da saúde do nosso país, e gostaria de felicitar a nossa comissão por trazer este tema que, obviamente, vai levar os parlamentares a continuarem a fazer advocacia no sentido de aumentarmos os recursos disponibilizados para a saúde. Com esta minha intervenção, penso ter respondido de forma sintética às 3 questões que foram colocadas e agradeço, Sr. Presidente, a atenção por me ter dado a palavra. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member from Angola. Before we move on to the next member, I would just like to ask the floor, do we have any specific reactions to the deliberations of the 2 members that have presented? Otherwise, we are going to move on to the next member. So far online, I don't see anybody. So I'm going to call upon the member from Eswatini.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to present Eswatini's position on the health financing subject matter that we're discussing today. Chairperson, Eswatini, just in terms of the first question, in terms of the allocation of the budget, Eswatini has allocated 52% which is the sources of funding. So 52% is from government sources, and it amounts to just over 2 billion. And then 24% is from donor funders and the rest of the world. And then 14% is from households, and then 10% is from corporates. Chair, I'll just go through my presentation just to answer all the questions, and I'll try and do so quite swiftly. In terms of what the budget is allocated for, Chair, the budget is mainly allocated just to look at the different elements within the ministry, within the health sector, the different players within the health sector. We have the Ministry of Health getting 44% of the budget, and then we have other ministries which the public units belong to central government, which also have a health mandate, and those account for about 9%. And then 13% is for commercial insurance companies. And then we also have 27% for non-profit institutions serving households. Chair, when you want to break it down again, we looked at the distribution of the health financing, and we noted that 26% is going towards providers of preventative care. And then we have 17% going towards financing of public hospitals, and we have about 14% going towards mental health as well. And then I will not go into the rest of everything else, Chairperson, in the interest of time. And we also broke it down to do an analysis of just how is the budget distributed. So, Chair, a bulk of the budget goes towards wages and salaries. Just when you look at the entire budget itself across the sector, 29% goes towards wages and salaries. And then the next biggest item is healthcare goods, which accounts for about 18.4%. And then we also have all other costs related to employees, which is about 13%. And we have 11% going towards other factors of healthcare provisions. Chair, I also do want us to just maybe look at a summary of just the key findings when we looked at this subject matter. The total healthcare expenditure for Eswatini increased from 2.5 billion to about 5.7 billion. And this is an analysis that was done for the period 2019-2020. And this represents a per capita of $330.65. And in 2018-19, and then $342 in 2019-20 respectively. This per capita is more than the current World Health Organization recommendation of $140. So it means Eswatini is on track and is in line with the WHO standards. The government health expenditure as a percent of total government expenditure decreased from 14.6% to 13.8% in 2017 and 18 and 2019-20 respectively. And this is below the Abuja target of 15% allocation. Chair, now talking about revenues for health expenditures, most of them come from government households and donor funding. Chair, now looking at the question that says, is Parliament sufficiently capacitated to identify the gaps in health financing? I believe that the Kingdom of Eswatini is capacitated to deal with the issues of health financing. This is because we have the portfolio committees of health in the respective houses of parliament, in the House of Assembly, and also in the House of Senate. And we have had engagements with the Minister of Health, wherein we've conducted workshops, and the Minister of Health works very closely with our portfolio committees on their day-to-day activities. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, we also have the Public Accounts Committee, which also plays a key role in holding the executive to account in terms of how the money is being spent, in particular on the health agenda that we are about today. So that is really the position, of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member from Eswatini. You have anybody? At the current moment, would like to hear if there are any reactions from other members on the presentation from Honorable Member from Eswatini. Otherwise, there is a hand from Honorable Member from Seychelles. Kindly make it clear to us if it's a question in response to the deliberation of the other member or it is the presentation from Seychelles. Thank you. Honorable Member from Seychelles.
Okay, it's generally about answering the first question, which is about resources for public health and mobilization, resource mobilization.
Okay, so then we are going to give you a platform as a member from Seychelles to kindly comment on the three questions in the perspective of the country. That's how we are doing it. We are letting a member be able to respond to all three questions at once.
Okay.
So I will come back to you. Let me hand over to the member from Lesotho, which will be myself. Afterwards, we'll have a member from Madagascar, after which we'll then have a member from Malawi, we'll move on to a member from Namibia, we'll move to a member from Tanzania, we'll move to, oh, actually, yeah, after Tanzania, after Namibia, it will be a member from Seychelles, sorry. After a member from Seychelles, we'll have Tanzania, we'll have Zambia. After Zambia, then we'll have Zimbabwe. I'll keep reminding the members, but at the current moment, Lesotho will be on the floor. Thank you very much, honorable members. On behalf of Lesotho, I will be presenting the situation of Lesotho in regards of the 3 questions that have been mentioned. I would first of all apologize that I may not have exact figures on some issues, but I'll be able to share the overall context in terms of how Lesotho is handling the issue of health financing. So the health sector in Lesotho is sponsored from 2 different streams, the public sector and the private sector. The public sector includes the government and the development partners who are donors, and they are donors in different programs across the Ministry of Health. So when you talk about the percentage of allocation, it would be very important to look at it monetarily, yes, but also it will be important to look at what are some of the programs that are entirely in the hands of donors versus which are in the hands of local governments. Because you'll realize that there are some programs that are heavily funded by donors, such that if donors would then exit the space of health financing within the country, certain programs would end up not being funded at all. So it is quite important as we discuss these issues to also look at that perspective, regardless of the total amount of money being spent, but also look at program by program, do we have governments taking up responsibility enough to make sure that they can run sustainable programs as far as their budgeting processes are concerned. So in Lesotho, as I mentioned, the government runs a majority of the hospitals in country, but it works in partnership with the Christian health organizations, which do own health facilities like clinics and hospitals, and the government outsources services from this Christian organization by providing in a form of some subventions that the government would then budget certain amount of money to be sent to this Christian organization to ensure that citizens in the country can access health services from those particular facilities at the same price that they would be able to access facilities in government hospitals and clinics. But on top of that, then we have donor partners such as Global Fund, WHO, many other development partners, World Bank, that would be contributing some funds to specific health projects within the Ministry of Health. Things like immunization programs are heavily donor funded in Lesotho. Things like HIV and AIDS are heavily donor funded in the country, TB, and many other programs. So the government, the private sector itself is through medical aid programs where employers, for example, would then be providing as part of their package and benefits to employees, providing medical aid, where then employees could be able to source health services from even private facilities. We also have individuals who do pay for their own medical expenses under the private sector. When it comes to the allocation and whether the sufficiency of the allocation really, it's a question that is quite complex by itself. Majority of the health expenditure definitely goes to recurrent budget, that is maintaining the workforce, purchasing of commodities, drugs, and medicines. And then we do have a smaller portion every financial year that will be dedicated to capital projects, such as building new clinics, building new hospitals, cancer specialized facilities like cancer centers and all those. But majority of the budget definitely goes into recurrent budget across different programs. Yes, there will be some programs that will have a heavy chunk based on the priorities of that particular financial year. But this fluctuates with years, fluctuates with situations when we have pandemics, outbreaks, and things like that. Then when we come to the last question in terms of the role of parliament and how capacitated parliament is to be able to do its oversight work, itself again, it's a question that really needs to be thought through. For Lesotho in particular, I would say there is a huge room for improvement in capacitating parliament to be able to identify gaps in health financing. And the way to do this will include issues like, when do parliaments get involved in the budgeting process? Are they being engaged at the stage where their input will then make any difference in terms of how much allocation is being made? And that is another is an issue that is to be looked into critically, to say, are we involving parliament at the right stage that they will be able then to influence the outcome of the budgeting process itself? The other issue to look at is the autonomy of parliament as an institution, for it to be able to carry its oversight role without any kind of restrictions that would otherwise compromise its ability of oversight and accountability on the executive. Many parliaments, including Lesotho, our budget still comes from the executive. So the amount of money that parliament itself gets to be able to carry its duties, it is still limited. So you'll find that parliament is unable to follow up and follow through on certain issues that otherwise would actually inform how the budgeting process is done, how the gaps in financing of certain programs within the health systems are put in place. Because if parliament cannot go visit a particular clinic somewhere because they don't have enough budget to understand why they have stock out of medicines and drugs, then it means the parliament will not be able to provide proper input in the next budgeting cycle to say, how can we deal with the issue of stockouts? So these are things that really need to be looked into. The other thing could possibly be how the relationship between parliament and the executive in the budgeting process. The recommendations that are being drawn during deliberations of members of parliament during the budget appropriation. How much weight do they weigh in terms of making changes within how the final budget would end up being? If members of parliament will be able to deliberate on a matter in parliament, pointing out certain issues where there are inefficiencies or maybe where there are certain gaps, but then their recommendations can or cannot be taken, at the end of the day, it means their role in terms of actually shaping how the financing happens is still quite limited. The last I would say really would be, parliament needs to be capacitated with experts who really understand the budgeting process. One thing that I have realized is that a lot of members of parliament do not have technical knowledge and understanding of the entire country budget, what this means. Sometimes members are just waiting to be told, how should we vote for this? Should we pass this amount? But they don't necessarily understand the economic implications of a budget. But if parliament could be capacitated to have experts, people who can be able to interpret the budget for them, people who can be able to tell them what this budget means for this particular sector, then when they debate the issue, they have an understanding from the technical perspective what the numbers that are being presented before them mean. But I feel we are not yet there. So this is the capacity that I believe can be improved for governments, for parliaments to be able to be more effective in doing their oversight role. With all this said, thank you very much. That was the submission for Lesotho. I would just ask from the members if there is any reaction in particular to the submission from Lesotho. Otherwise, I will be moving on to the next member state, which in case we will have Madagascar. Honorable members, if we don't have any reactions to that, I would like to call upon a member from Madagascar to give us the perspective of Madagascar in terms of these questions. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le cher Président. Chers honorables membres de cette commission ACSDSP, tout protocole observé, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un honneur pour moi de présenter le travail de Madagascar. Pour la première question, quelles sont les principales méthodes de mobilisation des ressources pour la santé publique au niveau national et quel est le rapport approximatif, ratio approximatif entre le financement des bailleurs de fonds et celui du gouvernement? Comme méthode de mobilisation des ressources pour la santé publique, l'État a octroyé des budgets qui est inscrit dans les lois de finances initiales votées au mois d'octobre lors de la deuxième session ordinaire de l'Assemblée nationale. Comme l'Abuja dit que normalement, les budgets alloués au secteur santé est 15%. Mais malgré ça, pour Madagascar en 2023, l'État a alloué 10% de budget de l'État pour la santé et en 2024, dans les RFI, il était inscrit que il n'y a que 8,7% du budget sont alloués à la santé publique. Donc, le ministre de la Santé publique doit présenter leur programme auprès du Premier ministre et au Président de la République et il doit défendre le budget lors de l'arbitrage. Donc, ça dépend de qualité du ministre pour la protection de leur budget. Et donc, avec cette situation, nous dépendons surtout sur l'engagement des PTF, les partenaires techniques et financiers. Par exemple, dans le domaine de vaccination, le 80% des budgets sont assurés par le partenaire et il y en a de même pour la nutrition. Donc, en général, le budget de la santé dépend surtout de le partenaire technique et financier et le bailleur de fonds. Pour la deuxième question, où va la majeure partie des crédits affectés à la santé est suffisant? Le budget de la santé est utilisé pour la bonne marche de leur programme pour réaliser le programme national de la santé. Durant le premier mandat de notre législature, on voit que le budget est axé surtout sur la construction des hôpitaux au niveau provinciaux et régionaux et sur la construction de centres de santé de base. Donc, on peut dire que le budget est alloué surtout dans l'infrastructure médicale. Il y en a aussi des budgets alloués pour les ressources humaines, pour combler les gaps en matière de ressources humaines, pour les besoins de médecins et de paramédicaux. Et on a alloué aussi des budgets sur l'instauration des soins de proximité. Maintenant, on entre dans la stratégie de clinique mobile qui est une approche multidisciplinaire pour soigner les gens dans les villages. Et il y en a des directions qui vont travailler dans cette clinique mobile. Il y a des offres de soins tels que la radiologie, le dépistage divers comme le dépistage de cancer du col, cancer du sein. Il y en a aussi des vaccinations. On fait l'ORL et la médecine générale. Et on a alloué aussi des budgets pour la prise en charge des enfants et des femmes enceintes. Et maintenant, ça c'est gratuit pour Madagascar, pour les enfants moins de 5 ans et les femmes enceintes. Et aussi, on a alloué des budgets pour les soins d'urgence, les premiers soins sont gratuits maintenant à Madagascar. Et puis, il y a des budgets alloués pour la lutte contre les maladies transmissibles et non transmissibles, surtout dans le domaine de la malnutrition. Et on a préservé aussi des budgets pour l'achat des intrants médicaux et des consommables, et surtout sur la vaccination. Pour la troisième question, le Parlement dispose-t-il des capacités suffisantes pour identifier les lacunes dans le financement de la santé et pour exercer un contrôle sur les pouvoirs publics en vue de les combler? Dans nos chambres basses, où le député siège, il y a plusieurs commissions telles que la commission de la santé, composée de 25 députés. Parmi les membres, il y a des médecins spécialistes en santé publique, des paramédicaux, sages-femmes, infirmiers. La commission de santé travaille étroitement avec le ministère de la Santé. On a fait des plaidoyers auprès du gouvernement pour augmenter le budget alloué à la santé. Donc, on fait des plaidoyers auprès du ministre des Finances, le Premier ministre et le Président. On met en place un réseau parlementaire national pour la justice reproductive depuis 2021, en collaboration avec l'ONG internationale EPAS francophone et en contact avec les autres partenaires, les OSC locaux et internationaux. On a mis en place aussi des alliances parlementaires malagasy sur la sécurité alimentaire et nutrition qui travaillent avec le ministère et l'Office national de nutrition. Les parlements membres de la commission de santé travaillent surtout sur la promotion des réformes politiques et législatives en faveur des droits à la santé de tous et de tout âge. La surveillance et le contrôle des actions menées par les exécutifs, renforcer les cadres juridiques et politiques liés à la santé, tels que les SDSR, le VIH-Sida, le planning familial, l'ITG, et il y en a aussi le développement de partenariats avec les différents acteurs pour faire avancer les droits et la disponibilité, l'accès aux soins de la santé. Il y en a aussi un moment, à chaque session ordinaire, il y a une question-réponse entre les membres du Parlement et les ministres de la Santé. Là, on va faire la mise au point sur la mise en œuvre du programme de la santé publique. Mesdames et messieurs, merci.
Thank you very much, honorable member from Madagascar. Just like I've been doing, I would like to check if there is any reactions on the deliberation from the member from Madagascar. Otherwise, I'm going to be moving on to the next honorable member. Do we have any comments? Thank you. Doesn't seem like we do. I'm going to call upon honorable member from Malawi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. From the first question, which says, what are the main ways in which resources for public health are mobilized at country level, and what is the approximate ratio of donor to government funding? As Malawi government, on healthy care system, the budget which was passed for 2024-2025 allocated 12.2% of the national budget, which is 43% of the total healthy budget, leaving the shortfall of 57% to be shared among the donors who support the healthy care in Malawi. Mr. Chairman, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Chair, the government of Malawi funds many many government healthy sectors. Like the majority of the funding comes from the government, and which allocates resources to various healthy programs and initiatives. International organizations like the World Health Organization and UNICEF provide financial and technical assistance to support Malawi healthcare system. Also, non-government organizations such as LEPO Africa contribute to healthcare funding through donations and community-based projects. Private sector also provides some healthcare like insurance and cost healthy services, whereby patients need to pay for themselves if they go to the clinics. On the second question, where is the bulk of allocation on health directed in Malawi, and is it sufficient? The bulk of healthcare allocation in Malawi goes to primary healthcare, which received about 41% of the total healthy budget in 2024-2025 budget. Primary healthcare is where most of the healthcare actually happens in Malawi, and it includes community-based outreach, staffed and unstaffed healthy posts, dispensaries, urban healthy centers, and primary healthy centers. Malawi health care system is divided into 3 tiers: primary, secondary, and tertiary. The primary level provides basic services such as outpatient, maternity, antenatal care, while the secondary level provides more specialized services like X-ray, ambulance, and laboratory services. Regarding the sufficiency of allocations, Malawi's proposed healthy budget increased to 12.2% of the national budget is seen as positive steps towards achieving a universal healthy coverage. However, this is short of the Abuja Declaration target of 15%, which falls short of about 2.8%. So Malawi is trying very hard to reach the Abuja Declaration requirement. For the last question, Honorable Chair, the last question is Parliament sufficiently capacitated to identify the gaps in healthy financing and exercise oversight on public authority in view of closing the gaps? The Malawi Parliament has got the potential, if capacitated well, to do the oversight on the provision of healthy financing, because the Malawi National Assembly has got a separate committee for health, which looks wholesomely into all healthy issues, including financing, procurement of drugs, distribution of healthy clinics. But the major problem we have is always comes to the financing of the committee itself, because the committee is not well funded to take up the exercise of oversight, because they lack funding. So yes, we have that committee. Yes, they can be able to do the exercise of oversighting, but the funding to the committee itself becomes a challenge, because they don't have a special budget for oversighting. Therefore, we always rely to the same people who want to go and check how their performance is. So when they know that their performance is not that good, they won't fund your trip to go and see what they are doing. So that makes the whole thing not working properly. And the other challenge we have as Parliament is that when the budget is being drawn, most of the required members of parliament are not part and parcel of that budget. So the budget, they come and see it at the end of it when they have very little space of putting that much required information. Even if you ask for the changes, those changes are very difficult to come into the already made up budget. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member from Lawi. Again, just want to check if there is any reaction to the deliberation of the member. Otherwise, we are moving on to the Honorable Member from Namibia.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the floor. I'll also follow the frequency of the answering to the questions. On the first questions, without reading it as it is, I will just go straight to say that Namibia mobilize its resources for public health primarily through one, public sector financing. Second is private health insurance. And third is on the development partners. The government, public health services are predominantly funded by the government, which covers 62% of total health expenditure. And the government has also made significant progress towards providing adequate and accessible healthcare services to the people of Namibia. And the progress so far towards universal health coverage is between 60 to 71%. The other aspect is also that over 92% of the population benefit from public sector funding, while private healthcare insurance covers 8%. In 2024-2025 budget, the allocation to the Ministry of Health and Social Services amount to 10.8 billion, whilst allocation to the public service employees medical assistance is about 3 billions. The government also allocate 400 million Namibian dollars to the motor vehicle accident fund. That is one arm of the government when it comes to catering for those people who are involved in car accidents. On the ratio, donor to government funding, we are talking about of 1 to 10, indicating that government funding is about 6 times higher than donor contribution. And the development partners contribute 6% to total health expenditure, with the focus on communicable diseases such as HIV, tuberculosis, and then malaria. So basically, that's what the government of Namibia is currently contributing to the health services. And then the question number 2 is where we talk of the bulk of health allocation which is directed towards the public health sector, which covers over 92% of our population. And the government allocates its funding towards the full spectrum of needs that include healthcare workers' salaries, standard 50%, medicine 10%, and the infrastructure at 5%, and health administration and management and others cost also in that regard. The government consistently allocates 15% of the government budget to health through the Ministry of Health and Social Services. And the ministry receive the highest allocation, second to the Ministry of Education. And the government recently approved a proposal from the Ministry of Home Affairs to provide over 16 billion over the next 5 years, in addition to the annual allocation to address funding gaps and also scale up recruitment of health workers, build and refurnish infrastructure, including construction of new hospitals, such as the Windhoek District Hospital, amongst others. And more resources will also continue to be required to address emerging health needs, since we have also the issue of the unexpected emergencies like COVID-19, Mpox, and malnutrition and non-communicable diseases. On question number 3, the Parliament plays a critical role through deliberation and motivation of national budget to different entities, including the Ministry of Health and Social Services. That is one of our first priorities. And the Social Development and Family Affairs, which is tasked with a number of functions that includes an oversight responsibility to monitor, inquire into, and make recommendation to the National Assembly. In this one, I'm referring to the Standing Committee on Gender Equality and Social Developments. Yes, during the recess, because that is only mainly when we find time to go and interact with our communities, is where we now travel countrywide, go to the health facilities, and this is also meant for the purpose of making sure that the allocated budget is implemented. And where we have also sometimes the capital project, you'll be told that a clinic or a hospital has been built in a certain region, but practically, if you go there, you find nothing. And that is mainly the purpose of the committee, to monitor and make sure that a budget allocated to such infrastructure is implemented. However, we have the challenges that many honorable members have also alluded to, and that is the budget, during the budget discussions. Everything comes cooked already by the ministry, and for us it's just to digest and swallow. And then that does not give enough rooms for us as members of parliament to make sure that we look at the budget and see whether it's adequate enough for it to cater for whatever is meant for. And that also applies now to the committees, that there is no enough budget allocation to the committees to make sure that they have enough time to go and monitor what is happening at the ground. So in that nutshell, I think I have touched all the questions, and most of the issues also have already been alluded to. Therefore, because of the time, I don't want to repeat what other honorable members have alluded to, because I think most of us, we are operating in the same system. So with this few intervention, Honorable Chairperson, I thank you for the opportunities.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable member from Namibia. As you can see, honorable members, we have reached the time allocated for our lunch break. And we are trying to look at it here on the chair whether we can try to finish and then maybe later on move to have lunch. But then we are aware that we have members online. We may not have any kind of restrictions as ourselves. The restaurant is ready to accommodate us now. However, they are mentioning that they have quite a number of guests, so it would be preferable if we could join in for lunch in the next 20 minutes. They will be having fewer people to deal with in the restaurant. So I want to check with you, honorable members, as well as members online who may not have the hassle of going through to get food. Would you afford us the next 20 minutes to try to go through a few presentations, and then we can then go for lunch? If we are unable to finish all the remaining countries, we can come back after lunch just to quickly finish the remaining presentations. What did you say, members online? Would you afford us the next 20 minutes? I see honorable member from Seychelles nodding in agreement. Honorable member from Angola, MSG, what do you say?
Yes. Estamos de
Maybe,
acordo, Sr.
Honorable Chair,
Presidente. Muito obrigado.
Thank
Concordamos.
you. Okay.
Yes, Mesji?
It's okay. Thank you, Chair. Just to indicate that the time difference also will affect the end time. Seychelles is 2 hours ahead of us. Angola is also behind. So while we adjust the program, Chair, we've been cautioned in the past, we mustn't forget the time differences and accommodate all countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. Honorable members, we are afforded 20 minutes to just quickly go through the remaining presentations. If we fail to make it through in the next 20 minutes, we'll break out for lunch and then come back to finish the remaining presentations, just to be considerate of the rest of the other members and the time difference. Thank you. So we are moving on to the honorable member from Seychelles. It's your turn to respond to the 3 questions in the perspective of Seychelles. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. When it comes to question 1, resource mobilization, in public health, it occurs through financing by the government and foreign financing, specifically through grants. We also have bilateral agreements and multilateral agreements for support. And examples include, as at April 2023, it was reported that for over 38 years, 18 batches of 108 Chinese doctors from Shandong province, China, have been providing their medical expertise and treated many local patients. Some of the public health authority functions include carrying out inspections, leading national programs aimed at disease prevention, community engagement and awareness, monitoring and analysis of health data, developing emergency response plans, conducting research, running public laboratories, and collaborating with government agencies, nonprofits, and other stakeholders to advocate for policies that enhance public health and safety. When it comes to donor to government funding, a total of 304.37 million Seychelles rupees is forecasted for grant expenditure in 2024, accounting for up to 21% of total financing for the year. a total of 16.8 million rupees is allocated to two major projects sponsored by the government of UAE for the year 2024. Specifically, the construction of a hospital in one of our main islands, and also for the construction of an MAT clinic. For question number 2, in regards to the bulk of allocations on health directed to and is it sufficient? According to the 2024 budget assumptions and objectives for the year 2024, for our fiscal year, the allocation was 1.41 billion Seychelles rupees, representing 4.7% of the GDP, an increase from 4.5% of the GDP, which was allocated to the sector in 2023. An allocation of 693.4 million Seychelles rupees is projected for wages and salaries in the health sector, which represents 49% of its total expenses. Whilst being the ministry obtaining the biggest allocation of the country's budget per year, there are still several areas for improvement. For example, when it comes to maintenance of infrastructures of health services throughout the country, recruitment of health service providers, nurses, doctors, etc. And it also applies to the education and sensitization of SRHR services, especially amongst our young population. And when it comes to question number 3, is Parliament sufficiently capacitated to identify gaps in health? The Finance and Public Accounts Committee, FPAC, provides oversight over financial expenditure, considering accounts referred to in Article 158(3) of the Constitution, in conjunction with the Auditor General's report. The FPAC reports to the National Assembly on any excess of authorized expenditure, and the committee also proposes measures it considers necessary to ensure that public funds are properly spent. The committee is also mandated to examine the financial statements of any public or statutory body and to consider any other matters related to public funds that may require investigation or a special audit. The committee has the power to summon and examine persons and records and to take evidence. It also is a way that Parliament can provide oversight on spending on the health sector and on public authority where it concerns financing. The committee scrutinizes the executive's implementation of public resources, financial management, and reporting, performing ex post oversight. Through their powers, the FPAC could summon the PHA, the Public Health Authority, for meetings or public hearings to collect evidence and identify gaps in health financing. Having additional committee support staff with relevant technical expertise for the FPAC would serve to further benefit the committee. Also, before I end, the HIV, AIDS, and SRHR committee intend on amending our TOR, our terms of reference, to become a health committee as a means of enhancing more oversight on the health portfolio. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member from Seychelles. As it has become a tradition, I will again ask, do we have any reactions from any member from the floor on the deliberation of the member from Seychelles? That being the case, I will move on to the next member, and we have Honorable Member from Tanzania.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. I want to start first question. Resource for public health are mobilized at my country level. I have 1.2 trillion shillings Tanzania budgets for 23-24 in the Ministry of Health. 68% it help in hospital facility and salary. Also 59% in development and 74% internal source and 39%
partner like D Fund, Global Fund. It can help in HIV, malaria, TB, and other. Also, second question, bulk allocation goes to the facility like improving lab, building the hospital, and medical equipment as MRI, X-ray, digital, CT scan, ultrasound, cath lab, and a PET scan. Also, it help to buy beds and medicine. The budget is not sufficient as we need to see the more money on maternal facility. Vacation, vaccination and nutrition improvements, hospital infrastructure, dispensary in rural area. In the third question, it is sufficient in a small moving, but it see improvements for every year. So thank you for opportunity.
Thank you very much, honorable member from Tanzania. Any reactions, honorable members? Seems like not. We are going to move on to the honorable member from Zambia, who has joined us from online. Honorable member from Zambia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, honorable members. And thank you for giving Zambia an opportunity also to share some of the activities that Zambian Parliament is undertaking to the public health and financing. On question number 1, Chair, in recent years, Zambia has aimed to expand provision of health services through the public sector. Between 2006 and 2013, government health expenditure as a percentage of total health expenditure increased from 38% to 58%. External resources, Chair and honorable members, contributed heavily and have remained relatively stable, accounting for 34% of total health expenditure. The abolishment of user fees at the primary level of care, first in rural districts and later nationally between 2006 and 2012, has led to the steady decline in the share of output of pocket expenditure from 38% in 2007 to 28% in 2013. Honorable Chair, however, many higher level public facilities retain fee-for-service wings, providing a higher quality of care and shorter wait times for the patients who can afford them. In 2015, the government of Zambia proposed a social health insurance scheme with the aim of covering all Zambians. The scheme has marked progressive towards universal health coverage, despite the absence of user fees at the primary level of care in the public sector. Inadequate funding for the health sector has limited access to and equity of health service provision. On question number 2, Chair, the bulk health financing in Zambia, the government spent about $6.6 million US.
We've lost the meeting, or is it break time? We can't hear anything.
Madam Azji, we are still on. The member from Zambia is still presenting. From our end, we can hear her.
Okay, thank you, Chair. It's just that it means on social media they can't hear you too.
Okay. Honorable member from Zambia, would you please continue so that we hear if the team online
Yes.
can hear you.
Okay, on questioning number 2, Honorable Chair, bulk of health financing in Zambia. I was saying the government spent about 6.6 million US dollars on health expenditure in 2023. The planned health expenditure represents 10% of the total budget. A large share of public expenditure on health in Zambia is dedicated at the primary health care. This conforms to the government's aspiration to provide quality health service through a primary health care approach. However, Chair and honorable members, public expenditures on health at secondary and tertiary level hospitals have also been increasing. These raises questions on the effectiveness of the primary health care approach, particularly the extent to which community-based structures are being used to create demand for health services as outlined in Zambia's transformation agenda for the health sector. The private sector remains significantly contributor to the healthcare provision. And on question number 3, Chair, with regard to the role of Parliament, Zambia's budget system has undergone significant reforms in the last few years. There has been the change from activity-based output-based budgeting, as well as the integration of the planning and budgeting processes through the enactment of the National Planning and Budgeting Act number 1 of 2020. In line with these reforms, Chair and honorable members, and in an effort to enhance scrutiny of the national budget, the National Assembly of Zambia will carry out SBA during the consideration of the 2025 national budget. The Zambian Parliament has in place the Parliamentary Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services. With the rolling out of sector budget analysis, it is hoped that budget lines in the health sector will be effectively scrutinized and where need be valid. This is because senior budget analysis is a fundamental avenue for systematic identifying gaps and weaknesses within the budget lines of the national budget, and examining whether financial provisions made response adequately to requirements and the demand of citizens. In conclusion, Chair, while the Zambian Parliament has the constitutional authority to oversee public spending, including health financing, it also faces several challenges in effectively identifying gaps and exercising oversight. These challenges, Chair, include limited technical capacity to analyze health budgets, insufficient access to real data, and the need for stronger collaboration with the health experts. Although Parliament has established mechanisms to question and investigate government spending through committees, further capacity building efforts are necessary to close the health financing gaps. Chair, with these few remarks, I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Very much, honorable member from Zambia, for your presentation. Honorable members, we are left with one presentation from Zimbabwe, and I would recommend we go right into it so that when we close here for lunch, we are closing the meeting for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for affording me this opportunity to speak on the issue of health financing in Zimbabwe. Health financing plays a pivotal role in shaping the nation's health outcomes and economic development. In Zimbabwe, the commitment to allocating a significant portion of the national budget to public health is endorsed by the Abuja Declaration 2001 underscores the country's dedication in improving health facilities and services. Mr. Chairman, Zimbabwe has made notable progresses in health financing through innovative initiatives like Health Levy, which channels funds from telecommunications towards health services. However, Mr. Chairman, donor funding remain crucial, particularly for combating HIV and AIDS, TB, and malaria. So the bulk of the money comes from the government and also from the donor community. This overview analyzed the current state of health financing in Zimbabwe, highlighting the role of Parliament in mobilizing resources, allocating funds, and ensuring effective oversight. Mr. Chairman, in recent years, Zimbabwe increased its health budget allocation through though it is yet constantly meet the 15% target set by the Abuja Declaration. In 2022, the government allocated 14.9% on the national budget to health. And in 2023, it rose marginally to 10.8 in 2024. 2023, sorry, it was 10.5 in 2023 and 2024, 10.8. Mr. Chairman, 900 million USD, reflecting a commitment to consolidate public health service across the 161 healthcare facilities. Most of the money, Mr. Chairman, goes to the investments, and it goes towards the essential tools, the main power, which is obviously the workforce, the issues of drug, medical supplies, aiming to achieve the universal health coverage. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, funding for rural health care is also very important. So most of the money goes toward that to improve our infrastructure from 7% in 2021 to 28% in 2023. Mr. Chairman, coming to the issues of gaps, let me also highlight the issue of health levy in Zimbabwe, which is also generated from the taxation from airtime, which is very, very influential, which is very, very important towards the issue of health care. We have got also partnership with the development partners, Mr. Chairman, which is also helping our nation to shape the issue of health delivery. In terms of the gaps, Mr. Chairman, despite this advancement, Zimbabwe also faces significant challenges in health financing. Gender disparities persist with a high maternal mortality rate of 458 deaths per 100,000 live births, highlighting the urgent need to target investments in women's health, Mr. Chairman. On the role of Parliament, Mr. Chairman, Parliament plays a crucial role in health financing through its authority in raising allocations and oversee health resources. Zimbabwe Parliament is well capacitated to identify these gaps, Mr. Chairman. The Parliament plays its oversight role through the budgetary process, particularly the upcoming pre-budget consultations, which is going to take place from the 29th up to the 7th of October. And this is going to help the community and all the residents to participate, especially focusing on the budget of health finance. So, Mr. Chairman, the budget committee also plays a role. And also in Zimbabwe, may I also highlight that we have got a committee on public accounts, which is also playing a critical role in terms of monitoring and accountability. This committee is very, very crucial in our parliament because it is being chaired. Some of the people, they see it as a positive idea that it is being chaired by the opposition party, and they play a crucial role to make sure that they also help the Auditor General to make sure that the oversight role is being played by Parliament. Mr. Chairman, may I also highlight that we have got also another positive recommendation which was implemented recently by our Minister of Finance. This is where he also played a crucial role by inviting all the ministries. And that time we had a 4-day robust debate where every committee was also playing their oversight role to make sure that every money was being used towards the budget, towards the health financing. The Parliament also, Mr. Chairman, managed to have an oversight on the levy, which was introduced recently, which is the sugar levy, which is also helping Zimbabwe as a nation to make sure that we also achieve a sustainable health financing and universal health coverage, which has continued efforts and collaboration strategies, which will also ensure that Zimbabweans have access to quality health service. Ultimately, this is enhancing the nation's well-being and economic prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member from Zimbabwe. Honorable members, we have reached a point where we have received the reflections and contributions from all our participants, both who are here with us physically and those who are online. Therefore, this brings us to the end of the program for today. I would like to thank you all again for taking your time off your schedules and being with us online and physically to attend this particular meeting. At this point in time, I would adjourn the meeting until tomorrow at 9 a.m. For us to come and interact more with the resource persons that will be joining us tomorrow. I'll just shortly say thank you so much for the energy that you brought into the discussions today. And I hope this happens again for tomorrow. Let us engage the resource persons that have been brought for us here, because the more questions we ask, the more comments we make, that is going to raise the quality of our report that will be presented in the plenary, in the 56th plenary in Zambia. And that actually will then translate into how our work from these meetings will translate into work that will go back to our countries to improve the lives of SADC citizens. Thank you so much. I think Mr. Photographer wanted us to take photos before we head for lunch. Is that the case? Okay. Upon exit, we'll be directed where we'll take a group photo, and then we can move on to have our lunch. Mesji, sorry, do you have anything to share with the team before we break out for lunch and end our day for today?
Thank you, Chair. I think I just needed us to a little bit reflect on how we engage tomorrow. As indicated, Chair, tomorrow we have expert witnesses who are coming in. Today we had members present on what they do in their countries and what they know about their countries. So tomorrow we're having these expert witnesses to share with us the data that they have picked up in our countries, looking at financial reforms, the growth that is projected in terms of the numbers that you are giving, and also reflect on, how do we then provide access in that context? I realize that it's late, but I didn't anticipate that we'll end so fast. It would have been prudent for us to look at how do we prepare for tomorrow's expert witnesses so that it is not one way. Maybe tonight the members can begin to maybe link up with their capitals, discuss with the researchers or whoever they need in their countries to really reflect on issues of when we receive tomorrow's presentations. How have we, or how can we as a committee really provide real access? What have we done to subsidize? Zimbabwe and the others also indicated, I know there are very good examples in countries in terms of how we've subsidized patients, subsidized the citizens in this particular issue. What incentives are out there that the ministers are discussing, or that which we ought to discuss and appreciate as members of parliament, to make sure that whatever financing fits into the demands of the people that we represent? And there'll be many other issues related to mobilizing domestic resources through fiscal policy. Honorable members, we are very much aware that a lot of times, despite the good things that we say we do in our countries or that we endeavor to do, we still have that a lot of burden is being placed on resources from elsewhere to run our healthcare systems, to run our hospitals, and many others. We also know that our citizens do not appreciate the tax systems that are in place. They believe there's so much more that governments still want to get out of them. So how do we design tax systems that will foster efficiency in our countries? What are you can ask tomorrow, what type of simple structures like the levy that can also be replicated in most of our countries? How do we diversify this domestic resource mobilization so that it's effective, it's efficient, and that public spending in this regard is not seen as something that is always a burden to governments? Honorable members, these are experts. But if we are not going to be able to engage these expert witnesses in terms of what is happening in our own countries, it may appear as though what they are presenting contradicts what we said today, or what we may have asked before we came to the committee sitting to engage effectively with them. Just, Honorable Chair, I had planned to engage further this afternoon so that we can break down these issues, but I appreciate that the meeting is ending now. So maybe what I'm saying, kindly, Chair, can the members assist us to engage further on these issues and reflect, so that when they look at some of the, when they hear some of the information tomorrow, it is not news, and we can resolve to the plenary assembly as members of parliament through the committees that we sit in at national level to really look at resolutions or recommendations to the plenary that are practical, not to get wholesale text from expert witnesses that we repeat in our committee report. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam SG, for that input. A very strong one indeed. And honorable members, I hope you have taken the message from Madam SG in terms of how we should prepare ourselves for tomorrow deliberations. Here we have experts before us who potentially hold key to some of the decisions that can change lives of our citizens. Let us engage them at the level that suits them. Let us go back and speak with our resource teams back home to really inform them the kind of people we are to engage with tomorrow, and then they can guide us possibly what kind of questions can we ask the experts, what kind of information can we put before them to help us come up with solutions and recommendations that are practical and very effective that will be included in our reports. I hope this will be an assignment for all of us, but I'm quite excited about this, and I'm hoping that this committee will continue really to influence how effective SADC PF is in terms of putting together recommendations to the plenary that will change the people of SADC. With that said, thank you very much. Let us all break out for fruitful lunch and have a great evening. Thank you. As we mentioned, photo outside as we move out for lunch. Thank you.
Admin, kindly terminate the session online.